Yeah. But alright. How are you guys doing? So, today I went to my interview at Lowe's and ultimately made the mistake. When I was applying for the place, I didn't notice it was part-time and seasonal. So ultimately I decided, during the interview, I think I'm looking for a more permanent place. But, the lady doing the interview was super nice, and while waiting for her to arrive for the interview, just kind of listening to the ambient noises of the people kind of around the place I was waiting at, it was a nice vibe. So, but made the mistake of not at least, I could have at least done it anyways. And then after the seasonal period is over, they keep the people who they think are good. That's what I've been told. So, yeah, I messed up. But it was a good interview experience, I'd say. Makes me a little bit more confident. I've been told I handled it well, despite the fact that, I should have actually, a thing that I keep hearing is that since it's been a while since my parents have had to do something like that, they do forget some of the things that I wouldn't know, since it's usually a thing others take for granted. So yeah, I currently do not have a position at Lowe's, but I'm at least hopeful. Of course, hope doesn't mean anything if you don't actually strive for it, but it didn't bring me down, is all I'll say about that. And then in other news today, we tried out a new little Mexican restaurant. It was quite nice. Had their quesadillas, they were delicious. Can't remember the name of the place, and I don't know if it's like a chain or something, and while I'm comfortable with saying the names of the places I'll work at, unless it's very specific, I don't think I want to say the name of the place on stream. But it was delicious. It was a nice atmosphere. And I believe that is really all that's happened to me today. It's a chill Friday. That's good to hear. It's always nice when things are chill. As in the mood, not as in the temperature, because I like things to be warm to medium warm? I don't know. I don't like things super hot, and I don't like things cold in general. That said, I do take very hot showers, so yeah. Anyways, that's enough yip yapping. Alright, so we still have a bunch of grinding to do. I need all these Pokemon to be at level 45 before I take my first attempt at the Elite Four. Hey, speaking of all this, I should probably make that little plan thing. Cause I remember I made a little plan thing back when I did the first Pokemon. Don't exactly remember where I kept it. It's probably non-existent anymore. Yeah. Still had this list to continue sorting out. You have 5 of your party members in Infinite Fusion fused with legendaries. Sweet. Ah. Okay, so charcoal. Level 45. Ready. Unilotl. Dual Strike. Alfie. Sicko. And Dre. Okay. Unilotl. It's level 38. Dual Strike, 39. Alfie, also 39. Sickle, 36. I said 36, and Rare at level 39. Really, the one farthest behind is Sickle. And at the moment, I believe I'm training Dre and Alfie's up at the same time. Okay, so 5, 2 plus 5, 7. 7 more levels. 6 more levels. Okay, so 4 plus 5 is 9. Seven plus 6 plus 6 plus 9 plus 6. Oof. 34 levels. We need 34 more fucking levels. Alright. Interesting. How's things going, Dara and Mom? Because Gaster's really been the only one saying stuff here. Blah, 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 blah. Let's see how many levels we can get this stream. Blue. Parents had to call the plumber again because we had to call him before because there was a leak going on in our garage, and we also took the opportunity to install the water softener stuff. And today we had to call him again because there's another leak in a different place. But that got dealt with as well. But, you know, ever since we got the water softener stuff, you know, water tastes a little bit salty. So I have salty water. Man, it feels like we're getting diminishing returns now. Blah, 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 blah. It's a bet. Quick. Send in the 3 eyeballs. How did you crit with your teeth on the metal thing? How did you survive my lightning? Give a strike? Thank you. I have more uses of this move. Now 4 moves. 4 more uses, I guess. There's gonna be like a bike wheel groove in the specific pattern that I'm biking in. Fuck you, bet. It's a bat. Run away. And it's another bat. I ran away from you for a reason. Alright, Alfie is now level 40. 73, 73, 95, 75, 95. What you guys up to? Jerry is now level 40. 91, 74, 75, 75, 76. I'm curious as to why they gave Graveler this weird little, like... I mean, it looks cool, but it is an interesting design to have as the, I guess, forehead? Forehead/brow line. It kind of looks like, the design of the feathers of Ho-Oh, but you know, it's on a rock instead. Graveler's an interesting Pokemon, yeah. Well, what's actually weird about the whole Geodude line is that it makes sense for Geodude to go to become a Graveler, because he just grows a bigger body, an extra set of arms and some legs, and then Golem is just a reptile encased in an entire body, a spherical body of stone. Like, what's up with that? Well, I mean, I guess technically you could propose the idea that the lizard part is probably made out of ground. Made out of dirt. Which I guess would make sense. The rock exterior protects the ground interior. Also, like, since there's not really any other place for an extra set of arms to go, Graveler just has the set of arms kind of on near the top of him. Geodude is finally able to do the thing he's always wanted to do, or they've always wanted to do: reach things on a higher shelf. Sure, they can levitate there, because they already naturally levitate, but, you know, dreams can still be dreams. Can I take you out? Ooh, that's not good. And you've confused my Pokemon. We're running. There's some fan sprites that have fixed? What do you mean fixed Graveler? What's wrong with him? Oops. You're not a rock. I'm sorry, I thought you were a rock. Alright, here. Let's fix this. Haha. Ooh, ouch. Get zapped. There we go. You died in one shot, technically, from that thunder. I do like Graveler's design. It does fit. I was just commenting on the aspects of it, because I mean, I do find it humorous where the other set of arms is positioned, because it makes sense. There's really nowhere else for it to go. More interesting designs? Alright, you've got me curious. Graveler fan sprites. Alright, well, the first one that I found is, I'd essentially call it Geodude. It's a bigger, smirking Geodude with 4 arms instead of 2. Fixed Graveler sprites Pokemon. Alright, well, I'm not really seeing much on, like, people's takes on a design for Graveler. I'm mostly just seeing artwork, official artwork, and or sprites. Unlike the the website card that comes from the link you sent me, Gaster, it does say Sprite by Game Freak. So that's not a... It's not a fan sprite, according to them. Oh, I see. In the gallery, alright. Alright, well... I'll have to say, apart from the original Game Freak sprite design, the only other sprite that I think kind of works is number 75C, Game Freak and Croon. Cause 75A makes Graveler look less like a rock, and it just has a more like muddy feeling to me, which I don't think fits. Also, their hands are like, I get what they were trying to do with it, but I feel like Graveler should always have their like hands in a fist or in a position like they're throwing it, like the one to its immediate right is. And even then, I don't like that one too much either because of its face placement is too high up, it feels. Now the last one just looks a bit off to me. Gravemelian. You can choose what you prefer to use in the fan game. Interesting. I would most likely just, if I were to play that game, I would probably just use the Game Freak designs. Although, I will say, speaking of Pokemon sprites, a thing that I haven't worked on in a while, because of Smogon and, you know, the video game, like the Pokemon Showdown thing, I wanted all the Pokemon sprites in the style of Gen 5, and because some of the people in Smogon wanted to make sprites for them and stuff, apparently I didn't get any from Gen 6, but I think that might be because it wasn't finished yet. But everything else was finished, I think. Gen 7, Gen 8. Oh, also apparently Gen 9's Pokemon aren't finished either. Or at least they weren't at the time when I was getting them. But in addition to actually just ripping the sprites straight from the DS ROM to fill up the other folders that I have Gens 6 through 9, and only 7 and 8 actually have a completed set of those Pokemon sprites in the Gen 5 style. In the if in the if Discord sprite community, filled with a lot of unique and cool stuff people came up with. That's cool. Same here. It's been a little while since I've watched them, but I do, speaking of artists collaborating on something like that, I believe Rubber Ross. Yeah. I liked his videos on Gartic Phone. Because at some point they stopped just playing the game like they normally would, and then just did their own things a few times, and they made a movie in Gartic Phone at some point. I don't think I fully watched that one. I believe it's still in my watch later though, but he's done something like that. I feel like I know more people that have actually gotten a whole group of artists together to do something. I cannot remember what it is. Alright, this is my last waterfall for this cycle. Alfie is now level 41. 75, 75, 97, 76, 97. At this point, Alfie is going to be reaching level 45 before Drare does, which I guess is a good thing, because then we won't have to focus for much longer on Drare afterwards, because then he'd be getting most of the experience. Because I think the rest of the Pokemon in my group, aside from Dual Strike, can handle their own in here for the most part. Dual Strike will only really benefit from the Golbat encounters in here, and that's a more periodic thing than the Gravelers and the Onyxes that I'm encountering here. So I'd have better luck with Dual Strike in the outside grass. Because I believe... I would have thought that ice would work on rock, but I believe ice works on ground instead. Let me double check that, because I do have the thing. Don't you dare fall. Whoa! Okay. I thought I accidentally did something. Ice is super effective against flying too, so Sickle should probably just dominate. Unless Onix is just a pure rock type, and I don't think he is. Sorry. Hey Dara. How's it going? Okay. Onix is a rock ground type, so yeah. Ice will work on them. So yeah, Sick will benefit the most from training in these caves. Gary is now level 41. 94, 76, 77, 77, 78. I was expecting Alfie grew to level 42 there. A crit hit? It was already going to murder him. You didn't need to murder him harder. Better, faster, stronger. Waterfall. Beep, 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 beep. You need to stop surviving these attacks, man. There you go. God damn it, stop following me back. Oh my god, a level 40 Graveler. Have I been encountering these? Oh, it's dead now. Man, that would have been so much for Dare if it weren't for the fact that I'm leveling up Alfie as well. Okay, well. I do need to exit. Oops. Hang out with your friend Gavin? Nice. Oops. Alright. Do you know when Golden's going to arrive? Cause I'd hate for him to miss out on all the grinding fun. Oops. Oops, 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 oops. Zahi. Alfie is now level 42. 78, 77, 99, 78, 99. La 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 la. Red chimes are chiming again. Parents asked me if the wind chimes were annoying me, and I told them it doesn't really annoy me, it's just ambient music. It's the wind playing the instrument. It's not a wind instrument, it's an instrument for the wind. And sometimes you gotta give it to nature. It's a natural at music. My favorite ways of encountering Pokemon during this grind session is when I move to a specific area and then as soon as I turn, the Pokemon encounter happens. It's my favorite kind because it gives me the impression that the Pokemon is right next to me the whole time, and if I just didn't turn, I wouldn't have encountered it. It was like it was waiting for me there. You know? Blue. Blah, nah, 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 nah. Do you think there's a symbiotic relationship between the rock Pokemon in here and the Golbats? You encountered a Togekiss. Speak of the devil, we didn't speak of Togekiss. Dreyer's now level 42. 96, 78, 79, 79, 81. Ah. Well, I never got a Togekiss. Or is that the third evolution? Because that's definitely not in this game. I didn't get the second evolution of Togepi. There's at level 42. We can get them up higher. La 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 la. Ah, Togetic. Alright, yeah. This is probably a level up for Alfie. Never mind, I lied. Sorry. I like the idea that Onix, when you encounter it, just twirls some of the rocks that are part of its snake body as if that's gonna threaten you. The fighting Pokemon you abandoned encountered me on an island. Well, I have never encountered any fighting Pokemon. Alfie's evolving, or leveling up this time. I lied. Surely it'll be next time. Fuck, it's a bat. It's not this time. Hey, I'm not letting you go. No, wait, come back. Hey, why aren't you fighting him? No. It's good at doing tax. Ah, filing. I get it. God damn it, stop. Why are there so many bats in here? The whole entire bat family lives here, apparently. Batman, Batgirl, Nightwing, Clayface. multiple things of Clayface. Alfie is now level 43. 80, 80, 102, 81, 102. I wonder what she's good at. Special attacking and speed. Well, at least we're almost done with Alfie. Leveling her up. Fuck, I forgot this was a Golbat, but I also did do some decent damage on it. Please. Thank you. Sadly, that was 2 uses there, but oh. Close, but you missed like 6 Bat family members. Yeah, I was being funny. I wasn't really much into superheroes, but I'd say the closest I ever got to liking a superhero was most likely Batman. I did have some Batman, like... I had a DVD that had 1, maybe 2 episodes of the Batman animated series on it. It specifically had the episodes where it was focused on, like, the detectives slash, like, police people, and one of them got transformed into Clayface. And the other was going to unmask Batman, but decided against it. I guess a better way I could be describing this is that the Joker in that because there's 2 Batman animated series. The one that I'm talking about is the Joker in those ones looked more like looked like he really had escaped in an insane asylum rather than like the sharply dressed, hair combed back Joker. He had like his hair just looking crazy. He's got the very long striped sleeves and, you know, shit like that. Hey, Golden. The Jonkler, yeah. But yeah, I remember having those episodes. I think I also had another Batman animated show DVD, but I can't remember much of what was on it because the first thing I remember of that disc was that I remember it being scratched to all hell. Comic accurate Joker? There's multiple comic accurate Jokers, I'd say, because remember, a lot of the comic stuff, especially for like the Marvel and DC, there's like multiple variants of all of the superheroes and supervillains and such. Like, you know, I think there's like a communist Superman in like an alternate universe. Shit like that. So yeah, the comics have a very loose definition of like canon. So comic accurate doesn't really help much when there's multiple things that can also be comic accurate. My favorite iteration of the Joker is the Blueprint Joker. What do you mean? What do you mean, Blueprint Joker? I don't like the sound of that. I only know there's a communist Superman because there's a trope on TV Tropes that has communist Superman as the trope image. I can't remember what the trope's name is, though. That's a Balatro. Yeah, sorry, I don't play that game. I play I play real roguelikes like the Binding of Isaac. Okay. Right. Figured you'd be streaming. Just finished my Friday night stream and popped over. Huh, nice. I'm still grinding, but I'm getting ever so closer to having a team of level 45s. Dare and Alfie are getting close. Communist Soup? Haven't mentioned. I'm sure I have. I think I actually also mentioned them in maybe one of these streams, but there's a series that I listen to, and I do not recommend it if you're not a fan of like terrible fan fictions, like the worst of the worst kinds of fan fiction, the one that goes into territories you don't want them to go into, or well, that, and I also don't recommend it if you do not enjoy all sorts of vulgar and dark humor and such. But there's a series I like listening to called Friday Night Fan Fiction. And in... Oops. I have no waterfall left. You got lucky. I shall smite thee the moment we meet yet again. So, I do like occasionally listening to their, few episodes that they did of... It's a podcast, so it's not like video, and I listen to them on SoundCloud, but you can also listen to them on Spotify, but I like listening to their selection of episodes in where they attempt to tackle the fanfic Harry Potter becomes a communist. Yes, that is an actual fanfiction, and yes, they poke a lot of holes into all sorts of the shit that both communism beliefs and like the main characters own like shit. Because it's a wild ride, and it just delves into some of the strangest shit, despite the story supposedly being about Harry Potter just trying to get his classmates to become communists like him. Commie Potter? Yes. There is a legit fanfiction out there called Harry Potter Becomes a Communist, where Harry Potter, he doesn't become a communist in the story, he already is by the start of the story. And you want to know why he became one? I want everyone in chat right now to guess why in this dumbass fanfiction Harry Potter became a communist in the first place. Because I guarantee you're going to be wrong, and you're going to hate the actual reason that the fanfic author provides. The podcast in general reads a lot of terrible fanfiction, and the fanfiction goes in all sorts of places. It is not safe for work. It is not. I'll let you know that right now. And it is not for those that are easily offended. And it's also not for those who do not enjoy vulgar and or dark humor. Harry Potter was born in China. Good guess? Gaster, Golden, Dara, do you have any guesses? I know Dara, you don't like Harry Potter anymore. Neither do I. I just like listening to the set of episodes because I like all of the jokes that they do in it. But I just want to hear you guys guess on why Harry Potter became one in this fanfic. You love dark humor? Nice. Dare is now level 43. 99, 81, 81, 81, 83. Now if he is now 325 experience higher. He read the Communist Manifesto once. Harry is a communist cause anti-furry? Huh? Yeah, she is. Why would being anti-furry make you a communist? I just realized the set of words that came out of my mouth. Alright. But yeah, Dara, what is your guess on the reason that in this fanfiction Harry Potter is communist? Because we've got two good guesses and a guess that I can't determine. Alfie is now level 44. 82, 82, 104, 82, 105. Yeah, and I'm asking you to guess why he's a communist in the fanfiction called Harry Potter Becomes a Communist. I don't see what anti-furry has to do with that. Do communists hate furries? Is that a thing? Is that a thing that I'm not aware of? I know I claim I'm a furry, but I'm not actually part of the furry fandom, so I don't know much shit. I know some shit, I don't know much. I'm more of a video game person. I'm in a lot more like video game fandoms. It's why I know about like the lightsaber dicks that Sans and Papyrus have, because that is a fanon thing a lot of people like to think about for God knows what reason. You were just making a guess? Okay. I do kind of want to wait for Dara's answer, because I want to see what you all think before revealing the answer. Unless you just want me to state the answer, Dara. It's another bet. You killed my father. Or parent. I didn't see the gender of the previous Pokemon I killed. Yeah. And also, furries don't always necessarily mean there's sexy stuff happening. Or, you know, sex stuff happening. It's just... That's also, like, a huge... that's a view that people have on that general fandom. Stop with the bats and stuff. Give me the rocks. I'm gonna guess Dara is abstaining from providing an answer, so I'll just say that Golden was half right. The full context that the story provides, the fanfiction provides, for why he becomes a communist is that Uncle Vernon was hating on communists, and then Harry thought to himself, well, anyone that is hated by my uncle can't be that bad, right? And then he read the Communist Manifesto and became a communist. That is legit the reason why he's one in the story. The most dumbass reason. You know? You don't know about furries, but I guess I assume there's always sex stuff for fetish in general. Unless it's like a mascot meeting. Furries in general are people who are fans of keep forgetting the actual definition. Furries in general are fans of characters in any media that are animals with human characteristics, whether that be human mannerisms or they are more shaped like humans but are still animal-like with their design and stuff. So like if you were I guess a great example would be like, if you've seen Sailor Moon, like the cat, Luna the cat, I think that's her name, his, her, I don't know the gender of the cat. I think it's a black cat. So I'm gonna say that the cat in Sailor Moon is the black cat named Luna. She speaks human. She speaks human language. And, you know, has a personality and stuff like that. Don't know exactly what Luna's personality is, because I haven't seen the anime, but Luna can talk like a human. And can probably do other stuff that animals usually can't. And that's basically the minimal amount, I would say, to being a furry. Also, I guess you could also provide stories like the tortoise and the hare. Tortoises nor hares can speak in real life. But in the story, they both talk to each other and form a race, which is not usually something animals would do. At least not that I'm aware of. And especially not in regards to a rabbit racing a tortoise in such a fashion that they do. That it's about is it anthropomorphism? Anthropomorphism. Yeah, basically, fairies are people that like anthropomorphic animals, and it doesn't necessarily mean they have to be human. It's just attribution of human characteristics or behavior, apparently to a god, animal, or object. Why is God first? What? Why that word first? Why do we have to anthropomorphize God? Why is that a thing? Like, don't they already do that to themselves? We don't need to do that for them. They're gods. Thanks, Google. That's such a good way to make Harry a comment. Then why the fuck was a bunny talking to me 3 days ago? I don't know, man. I don't think those were the right shrooms you got. Jurassic Jesus. Yeah. But yeah, so that's what a furry is. But because of, like, the way culture was back then and, you know, other shit happening, people associated with the furry fandom eventually in popular culture became associated with freaks with the most bizarre fetishes you can ever possibly imagine. Most of it involving animals of some kind, which is why there's a lot of, like, people out there that think furries are, like, zoophiles or shit like that. When that's only like a select few people, and the furries trying to filter that shit out. Especially because it ruins their reputation which is already still in the ground to begin with. But they're trying. I personally like animal characters who are also more human-like in appearance. Hence why you see a cat dude on your screen in this corner chatting. I guess I've got my main few varies from the Flashgits YouTube. I don't know Flashgits. Fairies fell into the Rule 34 category, I guess, then? Yeah. In popular culture, it is almost impossible to separate the idea of being a fairy from all sorts of, like, sexual mannerisms that they associate with the fairies. It's a pretty deep stereotype, I'd say. Some people just like the characters, but then there's all of these other people that everyone else wants to focus on because they're more enraging to the public or shit like that. I don't know. Isn't Jurassic Jesus technically anthro because of dinosaur? Yeah, the idea that we had for that a few streams ago was that, well, we had it in the style of like a wildlife documentary being narrated by David Attenborough. I guess they could still like have a few mannerisms that wouldn't technically be done by animals. They had a faith. That is a plot point that we had for that, for Jurassic Jesus. But also, who's Flashgits? I should probably search that up instead of asking, because I have the internet at my side, at my fingertips. Flashgits. Who the fuck is this? Moving funny pictures for your seeing holes. I don't like the sound of that. We make cartoons. Alright, cool. Ah, 1 year ago, the furry bait and switch. Okay. What is all this? This stuff kinda... Oh, Fear the Fairy. There's another one. Holy merch with some fairies in the window. Fairy Crusades. A lot of these thumbnails feel like... A lot of these thumbnails for this guy, or this group, feel like if someone from Newgrounds decided to jump on the Elsa Gate trends. I hate to say it, but that's kind of what vibe these thumbnails are giving off, you know? You know what I'm talking about, right? Also, the Elon Musk and Joe Rogan cartoon collection 1. I have no words for this. What? Wow. Flashgits is the best dark humor mask that shit didn't send. Hope I didn't get muted. You did not get muted. Might have been YouTube's fault. I don't know though. Because apparently, despite using technology a lot, we barely manage to have it work half the time. We live in such a great society. Flash Gits is 110% Newgrounds material? Okay. Must be my age to know about Newgrounds. I'm 22. Let's see how close I am. But yeah, I believe my actual first exposure to YouTube was through some very old, like, through some friends of the family when I was very young. Me and my sister were friends with the children of our dad's friend. And I believe some of the first, like, YouTube shit I saw was just some Newgrounds cartoons ported over to YouTube. Like, I remember the first, like, the several Brawl Taunt videos by Christopher Niosi. Niosi? I think that's how you pronounce it. The guy that also did, mind you, the Super Mario RPG Rawest Forest music video thingy. Also, I swear to God, I remember seeing like a Newgrounds Flash cartoon on YouTube where it was like Sonic and or Mario or something like that beating the shit out of Kirby, and then a final like blow to the face sends Kirby flying, and as Kirby was like flying, he got flashbacks to, I guess, a typical like happy family kind of situation where he's like reminiscing on like his family, his happy life before he just dies, and then they set Kirby on fire and roast hot dogs over it. 'Cause Newgrounds, you know? Tried to send another message suggesting another YouTuber, but that message didn't show up, like his channel was firewalled or something. Meat Canyon. I do know of Meat Canyon. I actually do like Meat Canyon and Wendigoon's podcast, Creepcast. I also every once in a while just like putting on their Creepcast TV episode for Urban Spook, because God, Urban Spook sucks, but it is so much fun just seeing Hunter, Meat Canyon, who already is known for drawing the most wildest shit, react to a series well known for its attempt at shock value. Meanwhile, Isaiah, aka Wendigoon, who has already done at least a video on Urban Spook and has already said that he doesn't think it's a good series, being more surprised at the stuff Hunter comes up with. Any links and messages most likely won't be allowed to show up. That's strange, because I do remember sending links last stream, or at least the stream before that. Because I was sharing some, like, links to some OBS stuff, like an OBS plugin. We will meet again, Graveler. Okay, so only I can send links. Interesting. But yeah, that's because I'm the streamer? Yeah, that's fair. I've always felt like I've been in some sort of I'm in a weird time and space where I feel like I'm in the wrong generation, but I don't know which generation I'm supposed to belong in. So, you know. I don't know. How old would you have expected me to be if I when I said I knew about Newgrounds, or when I said some stuff about Newgrounds. Because I don't know if I'm exactly the age people would think that would know about Newgrounds. Like, they would probably think... I think people would think I'm a bit young to have known about Newgrounds, but I do know about it. You're supposed to be in this generation. If you're born in a different generation, you would have a different opinion. I mean, I guess that's true, but also, I do look at... I know I really can't, can't criticize my generation on everything, because I know there are some things that I also do as well. But I do sometimes look at the generation I'm a part of and go, really? That? Really? Like, I remember being in like high school when, or was it high school or junior high? Like, I think it might have been junior high. But, you know, the Tide Pod challenge, whatever that shit, I remember that, like, I remember hearing about that and I'm just like, what dumbass legitimately eats those? You're 34? Yeah, I'm 22. But I know about Newgrounds. But it's just like, the kinds of stuff that I like, I feel like I'm in the middle between stuff people would have liked before I was born, and then stuff people would have liked after I was born, and then stuff in the middle as well. Mostly, like, each generation feels like they just love the new stuff. The stuff that they were born around, not necessarily, like, the old stuff, or, you know, shit like that. Yeah, I can't actually specifically remember when the Tide Pod Challenge became a thing. I believe planking happened when I was in, like, junior high. God, that was such a dumb trend. There's so many dumb trends in my generation. They had people doing fucking bottle flips as if that was the most impressive thing they could do. There's also like a Simon challenge or something, and it's just like, cool. Congratulations, dumbass. What'd you expect was going to happen? Yeah, that's fair. Oh, hey, Alfie is now level 45. 84, 84, 107, 85, 107. But yeah, I do like a lot of rock music and pop music and heavy metal music. Generally for me, I'd say if it sounds good, I'm probably going to like it in regards to music, but there's like two genres of music that I am most likely not going to be a fan of, except for specific cases, and that is country and rap. Bottle flips are Riz, as the kids might say. Lol, this is epic Riz. I'm sorry. Actually, no, I'm not sorry. But I'm still sorry. Right. You no longer need that, Alfie. Yeah, you wanna know some dumb bullshit I learned about the word Riz? As I update this little text file I have for the plan for tonight. No, that's sickle. Alfie is 45. Riz is supposedly short for charisma. That's what Riz is apparently short for. And That's the dumbest thing I've heard. Wouldn't it make more sense for the shortened form of charisma to be charm? Because it starts the same way. And generally, when you shorten a word, it usually makes more sense to use the beginning of the word to make the shortened form. For names, I can sort of understand coming up with some other stuff, but, you know, generally, even with names, like Nicholas, short form is Nick. Michael can be shortened to Mike. And shit like that. Combining old and new like that should be illegal. Yeah. No wonder people can't speak the English language. Ah, right. That is actually a funny thing. I do remember. There's a webcomic that I haven't read in a while. I should probably get to it at some point. XKCD, made by Randall. Is his name Randall? I don't fully remember. But I remember one of his earlier strips when he was actually getting into the stride of drawing the Stickman people better. He did a strip where it's like showing something like that, where it's here. Let me search it up. Can I search it up? I don't know how to search this one. Damn, why is this so hard to find? I found it. Isolation is what the strip is called. 1840 has two people, one sitting in a chair, both reading books, and then the third guy is going, you know what, I can just... Here, let me show you. Because... Dude. No, don't worry, I've almost got it. This. Credit to XKCD. So it's like, the modern bookworm is too busy reading about the world to look at it in 1840, and then in 1880, no one talks anymore. We take our daily newspapers in silence. 1910, magazine is destroying conversation. We even read as we walk. 1960. Television has put an end to family discussion. 1980. Thanks to the Sony Walkman, antisocial isolation is now the norm. And then 2015. We've become too absorbed in our phones to notice that, dude, it's been 2 centuries. Take a hint. So like, it does feel like that kind of cycle. It is my, where's Drayer? Okay, level 43. I'll level up Drayer a few more as I talk about this thing. But yeah, it's, there are some things that I can do that other people in my generation probably either can't do or don't like doing. And then there are things that I know that my generation does not know. And it doesn't feel like it should be that way, but apparently it is. Like, my family was surprised that I know what a fucking rotary phone looks like, let alone how it functions. For the most part. And it's like, one, I've seen one in real life when I was a young kid, because there's this toy rotary phone at my Papa and Mima's that I occasionally messed with. And then two, I have seen rotary phones in media, so it's not like I don't know what they look like. That comic is 110% what I mean. People use the word Riz will one day complain that the next generation is lost. Yeah. Like, I know some of the strange terminology, but I know some of the terminology that I use is strange, but I do like it, and it does make sense to me. But then again, I guess it only makes sense to me, because apparently Riz is short for charisma and not charm. Yeah. Alright, Drayer is level 44, 102, 83, 83, 83, 85. You know the one thing I miss from Papa and Mima's? I can never remember what the fuck it was, but I remember whenever I wanted, like, breakfast from there, it was always... I could have sworn they were, like, something pancake related, but it was, like, rolled up and it tasted better than general pancakes. Charisma is charm? Yeah, exactly. That's the way it should be, but apparently they can't have that. They can't have charm, they only have to have Riz. Because that makes sense. And the worst part about the shortening of charisma to Riz is that I think because of the way that they use the word, it has a whole different meaning than just having charisma. Having charisma doesn't just mean you get all the sex that you could ever possibly want. Having charisma just means that you know how to talk to people and you know how to do it well. You know how to handle people. And that is, it's general, but it doesn't need to be specific because that's what charisma is. It's a general term for when you know how to handle people and social situations to the point where people generally do not hate you and in fact like you. There's a reason why charisma is a stat in D&D. You sometimes need it to talk your way out of shit that you otherwise could not fight your way out of. But then, when this generation created the term Riz, they then all of a sudden started using it as a replacement for, like, you have bitches. So people use Riz in sentences like, yo, I got the Riz, to mean, yo, I can get all them bitches. When technically, if you unstupefy that word, you know, yo, I got all the charisma. Congratulations, people don't hate you until you start using the word. Also, hi Ghost Wolf. Sorry, you walked into a conversation here. Oh, you have a new color friend. Nice. Yeah, I call my I used to, when I was younger, I called my parents mommy and daddy. But now I call my parents mom and dad. My grandparents, my dad's grandparents, I call Grams and Pops. My mom's parents, I call Papa and Mima. Of course. Yeah, charisma is charm, but charm is not charisma, I would say anyways. Yeah, that makes sense. It's the whole... A rectangle is a square, but a square is not a rectangle kind of thing, right? Is that right? Did I get that reversed? Because usually... No, it's... All squares are rectangles, but not all rectangles are squares. Because square is specifically an equal-sided... an equal-sided shape with 4 sides. And a rectangle doesn't necessarily have to be all the equal lengths. I call my mother Ma, and I don't call my dad. I don't usually call my dad either. I usually text him. I'm sorry. It's a bet. Man, we wandered way the far away from the original topic that I started. This all fucking started when I mentioned Communist Superman. I love conversations like that, though, where you have to look back and go, oh, right, this is what happened. Those are the best kinds of conversations. What are your guys' favorite superheroes? Because I mentioned when I first made the joke with, like, the Gold Bats being the Bat family. Batman, I think, is the superhero that I like the most. And that was just because I had stuff for him as a kid. You know, I had, like, some toys. I had at least a disc of the animated show with a few episodes on it. Am I trying to get a Dragonite? No, I already have a Dragonite. No, this is a Dragonair, sorry. I'm just trying to get my Pokemon to level 45. Also, hi Carnage. Golden doesn't text his dad either or mail send packages to his phone. Magneto 110%, except he went bad, of course. You've been bat chatting software, so mentioned. Yeah. Yeah, Golden has suggested that probably a decent place level-wise before I tackle Elite Four is level 45. And once Drare gets level 45, that will be the third Pokemon that has reached that level in my team. And he's getting ever so closer. We can stop training with Drare soon. There we go. Drare is now level 45. 104, 85, 85, 85, 87. What would make me a Hypocrite? Hypocrite? Sorry, this is a rare instance of me actually forgetting how it's pronounced. No! Hey, it's you, but it's in rock form. Run! Favorite superhero Spider-Man? Kind of basic, well, it's not the love of the guy. Fair enough. Hypocrite, yeah. And Drare's now level 45. So he's ready. Okay. 38 for Milano, 39 for Dual Strike, 36 for Sickle. Seven plus 6 plus 9. 22 levels left. Yay! 22, yeah. Made some decent progress. Yeah, but what would have made me a hypocrite if I was trying to get a Dragonite? Was it something about me mentioning I didn't want to spend that long or something like that on grinding or something? If you're trying to get a Dragonite, it would be hypocritical because, like, Dragonite is your stereotypical super powerful Pokemon. Yeah, no, I just wanted a Pokemon I could actually learn Waterfall, so I went and got the Dragonair. No, it was a Dratini when I got it. Because I like getting the pre-evolution so that I can actually get them to evolve into their powerful forms. Because that's my favorite part of Pokemon, is getting the pre-evolved form of any Pokemon and then raising it to be this badass of a Pokemon. I want to use weaker Pokemon instead of aiming from a stronger team. I think I said that because I really didn't care about getting the strongest Pokemon. If I get them, that's fine, but it's like, I'm not specifically trying to aim for them. I'm just trying to get the Pokemon that I think type-wise would balance out the team. Because, like, I've got a fire type with Charcoal. Alfie is dual flying and psychic type. Unilateral is dual water and ground type. Sickle is dual ice and dark type. And Dual Strike is dual electric and steel type. And then Drare is a dragon. So, you know. Strongest Pokemon ever is Gen 1 Mewtwo. Yeah, and I murdered Mewtwo. Well, Mewtwo's dead. I murdered him. You're welcome. Find the second strongest Pokemon. I killed Mewtwo for the last part of the Pokemon Yellow playthrough. Yeah. Because I want to show off the piece of art again, because I fucking love how it turned out. I don't know if you noticed, Carnage, but I make completion art of the games / like campaigns of games whenever I beat it on stream. So when I beat the post game for Pokemon Yellow, which I consider the post game for that game to be the 3 legendary birds and then Mewtwo. So when I beat all 3 of those, this is a completion art I made. And you can see 4 of the Pokemon that I've used in my group. Gen 1 second strongest, it's Alakazam. It's Tauros. Snorlax or Tauros. But yeah, my Kabutops had an ice move, and I managed to freeze Mewtwo, and then I just murdered Mewtwo. I mean, I did try making my Nidoking look more, like... I wanted him to have the look of, are you fucking serious? But he does kind of look depressed. He looks some bummed out. Yeah, and since you can't really see what the Parasect is doing, you just see the mushroom top, and it's just funny. But yeah, I do completion art, 1, because I like drawing stuff, and 2, because I am actually using completion art as an excuse to practice stuff in regards to art. This is one of my favorites, mostly because of how the frozen Mewtwo looks. And also for the completion art, I usually try and use the same exact colors that the game uses. With, you know, depending on how accurate I can actually get those colors. And since Mewtwo technically didn't look magenta, like creamy pink and cool purple in the game, it had like white with like red and yellow. So that's why Mewtwo looks more like Gigas than Mewtwo. That's why it's behind the blue glass like stuff. Yeah, that's supposed to be the ice. What I did to get that ice effect is, in general, I used the colors for the bluish colored Pokemon. Because there's 2 types of palettes for like bluish Pokemon. There's the regular bluish stuff, which I think, fuck, now I can't actually think of anything that fits the bill. God damn it. My brain. Why is it like this? Gyarados. Pokemon like Gyarados in Gen 1 Pokemon Yellow have the one blue palette that I used, which I used for the base of drawing both the outline in the darker blue and then filled it in with the lighter blue. And then for the shine parts, the outline, like I used the color palette that would have been used on stuff like Vaporeon, Lapras, Psyduck, Golduck, and Squirtle. And I used the darker cyan part for like covering up the line, and then the rest of like the lighter cyan as like the strip of shine on the ice. And then I just used my regular technique of shading to get the like shaded parts down. That's not from any color palette, that's just me making it look more like it's a 3D ice thing rather than just Mewtwo poking through like a flat surface. Stop singing. Oh, right, yeah. Sorry, it's been a while. Yeah. I do actually like that. Because they couldn't get the colors on Mewtwo for the final game, it makes them look a lot more like Gigas. Thank you. Yeah, like I said, I'm quite proud of this one, especially with the fact that the Mewtwo is, like, the only part of the Mewtwo that's not frozen is the hand. Like, they're about to attack and then just got frozen. Oh, I can remember the Pokemon team clearly. Dr. Zapixel is the Pikachu, not shown in the picture. We had Caddy the Fearow, who's also not in the picture. We had Sparkle the Charizard, that's looking confused there. We had Victor the Nidoking. We had Cinnamon the Kabutops, and we had Moonshroom the Parasect. Yeah. Really one of my favorite pieces. One that showed my team off though when I first actually beat the Elite Four in Pokemon Yellow was this. With the old art of Brussel included. Brussel is the character that I had as Buster's alternate form before I made her own character and just added in this furry form for Buster. You can also see Fool's Gold in the background there, which is what I named the rival, except it's abbreviated as F Gold. Because Fool's Gold would have been too long to put in. Victor has all those yellow like lines on him because he was apparently very weak to Jolteon's Pin Needle for like the rival battle. Sparkle got hurt at some point. I don't remember what caused me to give them a cast. Sandymoon got confused in one of the fights. Dr. Zapixel almost died from water. Somehow. Sandymoon is chewing on what remains of the Alakazam, or Kadabra or whatever, which is the spoon. And Fearow's just there, or Caddy's just there. Very happy. Legend has it that Mewtwo is still frozen at the bottom of Cerulean Cave. Well, I guess the bits of Mewtwo that are still intact probably are, but I murdered Mewtwo. Oh god, Hota! 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 Alright, well... yeah, you definitely need more levels, Sickle. Well, what was the oh god what for? Oh my god, I forgot you had that move. Oh no! Fuck that bitch. Thank you. The great part about doing the completion art as well is that I usually take There's a few things that the completion art can be. It can either be like just something representing my journey through the game. It could be a specific moment that I enjoyed. Or it could be like something even more specific in regards to the game. You want to know the first bit of completion art that I've ever done for this channel? So I can show that. Because they all usually get showed at the beginning of the stream type that they came from. So the first ever bit of completion art that I've done, where did I put it? It's right there. It's so bland that I missed it, but this was the first ever piece I did with the completion art stuff. It's not the best. The star in the background is really good, but you know, also this was pretty early on, and yeah, it does not look that well. Then when we compare it to something extremely recent, let me check what's the most recent one. Actually, no, that one still sucks. I guess I have two options to choose from here. You forgot that Mallow jumps out of the body? Yeah. But yeah, I didn't do a lot of like cell shading back then. I mostly tried using gradients because I was fucking lazy. But now that I've gone back into cell shading again, you know, things look a lot better like that. And one of the pieces that I've done that represents that the best is this one for Yoshi's Island. I'm actually quite proud of this one. Yeah, do you even remember why I had Geno look traumatized? Because there's a specific gag, there's a specific joke that I made during the stream, like one of the streams. Because I was fighting like the calamari boss. I was fighting like the blooper that was stuck in a pipe. And they had the tentacles coming out of the ground. And for an attack, a tentacle would occasionally just yoink a character up somewhere, and then after a few turns that character comes back with a status effect, or like a debuff or something, like they were frightened. And since that happened to Geno quite a bit, I made the joke that he was traumatized by what the tentacles did to him, because of course I would make that joke. And then at some point, Geno also started getting like a shit ton of random ass flowers during battle. So I made the joke that he was using that as a way of coping with what happened to him. The fucking setting is... What was I trying to say? Fucking setting is phenomenal. Thank you. Yeah. I wish I could have done better on Kamek. I think I could have done better on Kamek. Also, the reason why he has like a little bindle attached to the broom was because I couldn't figure out a way to get Baby Bowser on the broom as well without having it look off or weird. Which I'm sad that I wasn't able to do that, but otherwise I love this piece. It's fantastic. Not the first person to do that? Yeah, that is fair. It does make sense for that kind of joke to pop up a lot there. Yeah, that poor dog got violated by tentacles. Yeah, that was like... Super Mario RPG was the first game that I streamed, and I started doing the streaming stuff because I was getting tired of doing Let's Plays, and then, or I was getting tired of struggling through making Let's Plays, and then I saw that Super Mario RPG was getting a remake, and that's what started this whole, like, backlog thing to happen. Yes, I did. This is one of my favorites. The Yeet Mario weapon, yeah. Yeah. The one thing that I also try and do with my completion art, I don't try and go back and fix them, because one, that's too much work. Two, I feel like having them be, like, when I consider a completion art piece finished, I can no longer change it because I want to have it available to see, just to kind of show my art journey by doing the completion art stuff. Another one of my favorites that was also pretty recently done was also in the back burner streams. When I did the Cave Story Secret Santa game, I made this piece, and this is one of my actual favorites shading wise. This has no gradients used on it. This is purely like cell shading, and I think I did a fantastic job at it. You bought Mario Maker 2 recently? I'm gonna torment people? Nice. Cave Story Secret Santa, you could just make another version of it. Yeah, but like... It's more about the journey to me. Plus, I can still do like fan art of these games whenever I want. It's just completion art is specifically because of the original experience that I had with the game, and I wanted to draw something for it. And then once I do that, that's final. That's just kind of how I like doing it though, because it shows what I was once like, and then it shows how much better I could be. Yeah, I like this one. It was tough trying to figure out how to do the milk glass there, but yeah. If this completion art you really like the idea of, wish you could have executed it better, yeah. That's what the regular art is for. I could potentially see myself coming back to some of these ideas. But, you know, for now, I do like the way I'm doing it, because... yeah, I could do like a take 2 on the idea in regards to completion art. But that can be done for just any other form of art. The completion art is specifically... like... you can't fix the mistakes that you've made once you declare a piece finished. And sometimes you don't see mistakes until after you finish them, so it's a learning process. It's to kind of, I guess, help me out. Is the point of completion art to be eventually outdated? The point of the completion art is to not only just do a fun little piece on the game that I played, but also just show off an art journey, because I have gotten a lot better at drawing since I've started doing that stuff. Playing through remakes of the games. It kind of had it so that you can see the art evolution. I mean, I know I show it in a shuffled order, like at the intro of these streams, but you know. I guess that is kind of the idea. Sometimes it's fun. Like, for the completion art is for these streams specifically, and also to practice. So, you know, for these streams specifically, it does kind of... you can look at a piece, and most of the time you can tell that that's from an earlier time in my art journey. And then you can look at some of the newer ones, and with some exceptions you can go, oh yeah, that one's much better, that's probably newer. Yeah. 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 You can still, like, enjoy... Oops. I should have prepped for that. No! Okay. Alright. Oops. Yeah. Sometimes it's okay for things to be outdated. Would you call this game that I'm playing right now to be, like, state-of-the-art kind of stuff? No. It's still a good game, but I definitely do think, especially thinking back on the previous times I've played Gen 5, the Pokemon series does get a lot better in later games, or in some of the later games. I haven't played, like, any of... I guess I've technically played a little bit of Gen 6, maybe Gen 7, depending on which one of those the Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire stuff came out, but even then I didn't play much of that. I've mostly played Gen 5 of Pokemon before I started streaming these games. If it didn't get outdated, then it would be bad. Yeah. Todd, it's not a good time. Cool, you leave your Pokemon in daycare. I like training my Pokemon, but that's cool. Alright, see ya. But yeah, you can still enjoy stuff that's technically outdated. But also, when you go to newer stuff and see how much things have improved, you can enjoy that stuff as well. And then sometimes you get an outdated thing that's just sucks, and then you can get a new thing that also just sucks. Just because it's outdated doesn't mean the quality is terrible. It just means that they hadn't hit their stride yet, but you can still enjoy certain aspects of it. Also, the reason why another reason why I did like the art journey like this is because, more specifically with the fact that I'm not allowed to change anything about the piece once it's done. There's a video that I watched on YouTube. I believe the channel is called Magic Mush. His profile picture is like that one fancy Kong from like the Donkey Kong show or whatever. He does a lot of, I guess for lack of a better term, video essays on stuff. He did like a video on this one guy that made the webcomic series So You're a Cartoonist. And I remember one thing standing out to me in that video, aside from like the inflation fetish bullshit. I know that's a crazy line to drop on some of you unsuspecting people, but it was funny. But anyways, the thing that I remember from that video is that he talked about like the art evolution. He talked about that term, and he says that naturally as an artist you learn how to draw better and you grow as an artist. Things look better when you make them, and that's supposed to show when you compare something from an older work to something of a newer work. And then they showed off that a lot of this guy's art looked the same consistently, which technically to me isn't technically considered a bad thing to me. It depends on how it's used. And you know, a major complaint of this guy is that he didn't really try and get better at his art because he already thought he was good at it. I do not vibe with this universe, Kaboom. Alright. I have an idea. I didn't want to use this again, but I think I might have to. Fuck. Oh, thank God. Oh, that is a time saver. Oh, I'm so glad I learned that. I'm so glad I didn't pay attention. The one time that I can probably say that in my life. Alright, unilevel. Surf on his ass. Her ass. Sorry, I didn't mean to call you the wrong gender, rock that I just murdered. You know, I may be a murderer, but at least I get your pronouns correctly. Sickle's now level 37. 92, 54, 38, 67, 97. Progressive murder. Progressive murder sounds like a joke someone would make about the Progressive insurance. Sylveon. Sorry. No. And it's already been 2 hours? I guess we have been talking about some stuff, but also this grind is still taking a while. I was kind of hoping to get a chance at doing the Elite Four tonight, but maybe not. Level 39. 88, 87, 65, 65, 42. At least it's a weekend, so I don't have to worry too much about getting up tomorrow. I would understand that spelling more if Sylveon was a psychic type, because PSY. Funny. But Embryon already exists. Embryon? Espeon. I combined Espeon and Umbreon into the new evolution, the first one to ever have a double typing. Embryon. Ah. Thank God my axolotl is faster than a huge rock creature. Can't escape. You piece of shit. No. Alright, bitch. You forced my hand. You wanted to die. You caused this. I was I was just gonna let you go free, but I have to murder you now. I said I have to murder you now. Alright, Dual Strike. You actually murder him, though. Her, sorry. Alright, actually, me accidentally calling these Pokemon the wrong genders because I'm not paying attention to them has reminded me of a question that I've asked in an English class once. If you make up like a generic character to talk about a specific situation, or I guess just talk about a non-important character that doesn't even have a gender assigned to them in any sort of story, what gender would you default to when talking about them? And is it the same as your gender? Because I had a theory that because you can only experience you, I had a thought that if you come up like with a generic mech guy person, you would give them the same gender you would have in order to talk about something specific, so that you didn't have to say their full name. So like if you're making a joke, if you're making a bit, and it's like it includes some nondescript people, would those people's genders default to your gender? They slash them. I'll combine Glaceon with Vaporeon. I used to say Flareon was my favorite evolution, but I think it is Glaceon now that is my favorite. Internet is really slow all of a sudden. Why is it? There we go. I just kind of see what a Glaceon and a Vaporeon look like when combined. Ah. You know, I guess I could have expected that. It really does just look like a mix of the two. But I had that question for some reason, and I don't remember why I asked it in the first place. But I was just curious because I never really thought of it until at that point in time, for some reason. Because when I do like bits or just like make up what a generic person would do in a scenario, I refer to them as a he, because I'm a he. I'm male, so I refer to generic Mick person as male. And I wanted to know if other people did the same thing with their own gender. Like, if someone who's female does like a bit where they need a generic person, do they refer to them as a her because they're female? Sekka grew to level 38. 95, 56, 39, 69, 100. What is the color of a shiny Ninetales? I doubt it's gonna be a Ninetales with Vulpix fur colors, but you know, you saying that has made me wonder what a Ninetales looked like when shiny. So that again was focusing on reaching a cave to encounter Karagger. Alright. I was asking, like, when you're talking about a generic person... Actually, no, I'm actually remembering a bit more how I phrased it in class that day. If you think of the most generic person ever, do you think of them as a he or she? And does that align with your gender? Silver with purple tips? Nice. Because, like, if I think of the most generic person in the world, they would look like me, because I have the most generic traits of, like... I am the most boring-looking person. I'm white, I have brown hair, I have brown eyes, I'm male. So I'm just the most bland-ass character that would probably only show up as a background character. I think my actual specific question was, if you think of a generic person, do you think of them looking like yourself? Or at the very least, your gender? Because I always thought that, you know, it was a question that I was curious about. No, it's normally the opposite. My mom's told me that whenever I was a kid, when I'd stay out in the sun too long, my hair would look a bit reddish. So, as a kid, I've always assumed that occasionally my hair can be reddish brown, even if that wasn't ever the case. And I think at some point, whatever that was that did that to my hair stopped, so it's just brown. But I still like thinking that it could be like a reddish brown in certain situations. That's kind of why when I made Buster's design initially, I say initially, but I'm gonna show like the current design of him. But when I was first making the design of what would turn out to be Buster here, like my main avatar here, I gave him like this color hair, which is brown, but also it's the brown in the red color area. And, you know, I did that because of that specific thing that my mom told me when I was young. But, you know, since my hair is still brown, it is also a brown version of red. I'd be a memorable background character, the cashier at the shop the main character always goes to. Nice. But if you think of the most generic person ever, are they still your gender? Or is there a specific gender you think of when you think generic person? What gender do you make the most generic person in the world? Because in my brain, it defaults to male. And I think that's because I am a male. So it's nothing special. So they're generic. And I asked that question in class. I don't remember much of the responses that I got, but I do remember them being interesting. Right, I forgot you're not, a rock. I'm sorry. Although apparently I did fucking health to you. They don't even have a gender? That is a good point. Yeah. Didn't think of that. But, you know, that is also a good answer. Not saying that there's a right answer, because it was never about having a right answer. But that is something I guess I didn't really think about there. Yeah, I guess the most generic person wouldn't even have a gender, would they? Unidentifiable because they're without detail. Do you just think of, like, the grayed out people in, like... I was about to say an anime, but I don't know how much anime does it, because I'm not an anime fan. But, you know... Do you think of a generic person as, like, a gray shape that resembles a human? Is that what you think of? Because if so, that's funny. I thought that health was gonna pause at health. Gray shape with colored clothing? Ah. Like, I can understand why you have that considered to be, like, generic. But at the same time, if you had that in, like, a story, I do feel like that would stand out, because it's a gray silhouette of a human, but with actual colored clothing. I feel like that would stand out as a character design somehow. Like a stick figure with a bit more detail. To bring up XKCD that I brought up earlier, like the generic like design that the comic creator does for a random person is usually just the regular Stickman, which is just like just a circular head and the stick body. There's no additional details on them. And if they need something to be a bit more specific, they do add other stuff. Like there's a Stickman with like a female haircut, like a with black hair, and then there's a female haircut that's like a blonde ponytail. There are some characters that have hats. Don't know where my brain was going there. If every background character is like that, it won't be too special. I guess. Yeah, I guess that is true. If you make it the norm for the background characters, then yeah, they wouldn't stand out as much. If I was making a series where every background character was like that, though, I would try and make sure that the colors don't draw your attention. I think if I was doing something like that, yeah, I can choose whatever colors I'd like, probably, but as long as I make the colors, like, hue-wise, not vary, or in saturation-wise, not vary. Like, if I would make it so that if you put the character under a black and white filter where it desaturates everything so that everything looks like shades of gray, with white and black being the most extremes, like the colors that are on them would be almost the same shade of gray. That's what I would strive to do for that. They probably just wear normal, not flashing clothing. You know what? That is also a good point. I saw colorful and I thought of like these vibrant reds and neon greens and stuff that they wear. Like generic gray silhouette of a person with generic clothing. That would make sense. Unaldo is now level 40. 91, 89, 66, 66, 43. Oops. It also depends on stuff like the genre. That is fair. Any sort of stuff like that that lends itself to a style can depend on what the story is, what it contains, and what's important and stuff like that. When I was in my teens, I was a fan of the series that Rooster Teeth did called RWBY. And I kind of grew out of it. And then I learned that RWBY just went strange places. And then I learned that Rooster Teeth is no longer existent. But besides that, in like the first 2 seasons or so, maybe up to season 3 as well, but I don't think so. But at most definitely the first season, any background character in RWBY that was not important at all was a black silhouette with a white outline. And I think they also had like a question mark on them somewhere, either on the front of their body or on their face or something like that. But it was Seiko's now level 39. 98, 58, 40, 71, 102. Yeah, it does suck what they became before they were put down. To put it lightly. Oops. Oh, no worries. I'll just use Whirlpool. Surely it'll murder this Onyx. Oh, it almost murdered the Onyx. I'm gonna dig. Fuck. I got caught. But don't worry, it's gonna die. I was hurt by Bind, you were hurt by Whirlpool. Goodbye. They were taken out back and put out if they're misery. But yeah, it's one can understand what they're going for with that, but yeah, I would agree with you, Golden. I think it was it's both impressive and depressing that Onyx lived through that. Yeah, speaking of which, I should probably go restock on surfs. But yeah, like, you can see what they're going for with that kind of idea, to make it so that you don't even make a different looking character for it, and you just have like this black and white silhouette being the nondescript characters that don't matter in the story. But at the same time, due to the way everything looks in the show, because it's 3D models designed to look like they're based off of anime, it does kind of look jarring when you see them. Not only that, you see those silhouettes mixed in, or like you see those silhouettes of people, and then you see like some actual characters mixed in with them. So, you know, sometimes they didn't have an idea of what they were doing with that. Like, I know the idea that I'm about to state I'm thinking of in terms of like a comic, because I do more drawing stuff than I do like modeling stuff, but if I think about it in terms of like a comic, there are many different ways you can go about making a generic crowd so that you don't have to like do much work. And even then there are exceptions, but I'll get to those after explaining the idea that I have. I think it can be okay to just create a random design for a specific nondescript character. You'd have to make sure that it isn't that showy off unless you're intentionally making them look like, you know, they're nondescript but actually they're a main character or something like that. But if there's like a single lone character somewhere that's kind of near where the focus of the scene is, draw them. You know, just draw them. Because if you make them grayed out at that point, it would look kind of weird. However, if they're like in the foreground where the focus of the quote-unquote camera is more on the middle ground, then I can understand making them look more like a shadow, because the scene's quote-unquote lighting is more focused on where the camera is focusing, and thus having like a shadow represent the character that's almost trying to block the camera would make sense. And then for like crowds in the background, it would make sense to also do like silhouettes. But I do think a good idea for that would be to alternate between like a dark gray and then a bit of a lighter gray for each character. And also, what would make it matter even more is if you want to have like certain characters that are important in the story show up in that kind of a crowd. That's what silhouettes are for. So if they have a good silhouette design, you can put them in with the crowd of people, and those observant enough will notice that. Stuff like that, you know? That's the kind of idea that I would expect for like making generic designs for like background characters that wouldn't matter again. If you are for sure going to see the details on the character, like if they're just walking by or just standing around idly by themselves near the main characters where the scene is focused on, just draw them. It's just one extra person, and you don't even have to think too much about the design again once you get it done, unless you're drawing multiple like angles of that scene. But even then, it's a one-off character that is probably never gonna be around again. But then if there's like a crowd of people, you can get away with doing silhouettes as long as you do have their colors kind of alternate so that it does look like they're at different distances away from what they're crowding around. And also mess with their shape design, their silhouette design, so that it does look like a diverse crowd. And that also makes it so that when you do spot a character that does have the shape, the silhouette design of an existing important character, the person that catches that will be much more excited, because then they're like, oh, he's in the crowd. Oh, sweet. I think that's how stuff like that should be handled. In specific instances, at the end of the day, I guess all that really matters is what fits the style. But like I said, you know, I'm thinking about this as if I was going to make a comic and I needed ways to just draw random ass background characters that don't matter. You're gonna see their design and there's really nothing you can do about it. Just create a random ass design for them. But if they're like in a group that isn't being focused on, it is okay to make the silhouettes like just the one shade and then just kind of alternate between the shades and the silhouette design. Because yeah, the way that Ruby did it, it was like, you know, like I said, it was a black silhouette with like white lines. At least I believe. Now that I'm actually thinking about it, I'm not sure. Ruby background character silhouettes. That's not what showed in the thumbnail. That is what was shown in the thumbnail. Damn. I can't really find a picture of how it looks, but it is jarring to see like some background like silhouette characters that don't have a unique silhouette mixed in with actual characters from the show that do have unique silhouettes. I don't think there's a Lycanroc for the fusion calculator yet. I don't believe the fusion calculator has anything related to some of the newer gens, because I believe I did try finding out what I confused with the Braixen, and it did not work, because they weren't even at Gen 6 at the time. It's in the game? Okay. I did not know that. Alright, shock that bat good. There we go. Stop giving me the bats, man. What is your color friend's name? Finally a rock that I can murder. Have any of you named any of your rock Pokemon Dwayne because of Dwayne The Rock Johnson? I forgot that this is not a rock. God damn it, why do you keep showing up when I want to fight rocks? I want to fight rocks. There we go. That's a rock. That's not a knife. No, this is a knife. Drain the John Roxon. Why is his, like, moniker The Rock anyways? I mean, it is from wrestling, but still, why did he choose The Rock? No, but I named my Sudowoodo Lesnar after Brock Lesnar. I assume you meant to capitalize the B. Brock Lesnar. B. Brock Lesnar. Mika. Because he rock. Why is Randy Orton called the Rattlesnake? Why is one of them just called Shane? I remember my mom... I don't know if she still does, but I remember my mom used to be in wrestling. Used to be into wrestling. She wasn't a wrestler herself. I don't know what my life would have been like if she was a wrestler, but... Before John Cena came around and eventually became one of 3 popular wrestlers that stayed within pop culture, with the other 2 being the aforementioned Dwayne The Rock Johnson and Hulk Hogan. But before like John Cena came around and became the meme of wrestling, my mom had a favorite wrestler, and he went by Shane or something like that. No, Sheamus. Sheamus? I think it was Sheamus. So the name of the rock type gym leader is Brock. Yeah. I also said Shane, not Shame. But I think the person I'm actually thinking of is Sheamus. Randy Orton is in the Rattlesnake, that's Steve Austin. I honestly have no idea. I'm not much of a wrestling fan. I just know that my mom was into it at some point in my life. And that her favorite was Sheamus, and that she hated Shane. The guy that went, yes, yes, yes. And everyone booed him because of that or something. Randy Ortonus is the Viper. Huh. Steve Austin is Stone Cold. I'll take your word for it. He has 2 names? Ooh. Fucking greedy much? Leave some names for the rest of us, man. Sickle's now level 40. 101, 59, 41, 73, 105. Yeah, I know there's a guy that she liked named Sheamus. And then the guy that she didn't like did the yes, yes, yes routine. Daniel Bryan? Time to look up another thing. Daniel Bryan. Ah, yes, this guy does look familiar. Also, it's apparently Bryle Danielson. Daniel Bryan redirects here. Cause one of his ring names is Daniel Bryan. Alright, that would make sense. Other ring names are American Dragon, Bryan Danielson, which is his name, Daniel Wyatt, Dynamic Dragon, and Infinito. Infinito sounds like a cheap knockoff pseudo-legendary Pokemon. Infinito. Jake the Snake Roberts. Unilateral's now level 41. 93, 92, 68, 68, 45. And there's more experience for Sickle. What's everyone like so far? 41, 40... There we go. Now I can see it better. There we go. So it's these three left that I need to focus on. 4, 5, 6. 15 more levels. Oh boy. Time to get grinding. I can understand why people like wrestling. Wrestling is just not my thing. You know? Like, I can at least sort of understand when people discuss about wrestling stuff. Partially because I did have a mom that was into wrestling stuff, but also because I have heard, like, there are some tropes on TV tropes that are basically using wrestling terms for their trope names, like the face, the heel. I know what those are, especially because those also get used for the trope names face, heel, turn, heel, face, turn, face, heel, or heel, face, revolving door. For the tropes where bad guy turns good, good guy turns bad, guy keeps switching between good and bad, and shit like that. Yes, I will say that it is definitely a lot better that your nephew loves watching wrestling instead of watching bullshit on YouTube. What Gastra means is that at least your nephew is not watching Elsa Gate shit. Hastefeel. So, welcome to the wrestling ring, Hastefeel! That does actually sound like... that sounds like someone just learned about some of the... some of the terms in wrestling and decided that they know enough to become a wrestler. So they become Hastefeel. You can never tell if they're the face or the heel on any particularly given day. That is actually probably a gimmick someone has in wrestling, but I don't know them. While we're on the subject of wrestling, I do remember that, there was a game that was sort of popular in the YouTuber space for a little bit in, like, 2015 or so. Hard Time. It was that prison simulator thingy that had its, gameplay mechanics ripped straight from the creator's previous game that's about wrestling and stuff. Mick Dickey is the guy. It is impressive that that dude got a lot out of the engine that they made specifically for wrestling games, and they've made quite a few other games with it. They made the U Testament, they made Hard Time, they made that school simulator thingamajig. Alright, come on, Dual Strike. God damn it. You are not going to die to this bitch. I deem it. Alright, Dual Strike. Dual Strike. Good. Don't you dare. Good. Alright. Oh, your nephew's 20 years old. Okay, so they're definitely above the age where, well, I guess there might be some 20-year-olds that might still get affected by brain rot, but I think your nephew's safe. I see someone here knows of Hard Time, yeah. God, that game was funny when it wanted to be. Fuck. I have no PB left. Alright, see ya, Graveler. My people need me. I don't know if I'm actually going to be playing Hard Time on stream. Maybe as its own little thing, but definitely not for, like, completion's sake. It would probably just be, you know, me goofing off on a stream. Don't you dare throw rocks at my amphibian. Me after. I find it amusing that, I mean, to me, it's just kind of amusing thinking about the idea of Graveler, like, using his upper set of hands to grab. It's like he's gonna pinch you. He's gonna pinch you in the nipples. Watch out, I'm coming for you. No! I'm dead. Actually, since we're talking about Graveler again, hey Golden. So I theorized at the beginning of the stream before you came around that the reason why Golem looks the way they do, despite Geodude and Graveler looking technically different from them, is because like the lizard-looking parts of Golem, I'm assuming that those are actually like that's some sort of hardened dirt that has been made into like an actual golem type creature, and that entire creature thing is just also set into this ball of rock. Is that a good assumption? And if not, why does Golem look like a lizard just hatched out of a rock and not a bigger rock creature? Interesting thing, yeah. I mean, it would make sense, because if you think about golems in a generic sense, or at least in as far as media goes. Golems in media are like these, they're these idols that you make out of, I guess technically any material you want them to be made out of, but usually they're made out of clay, and in media they're like clay figures brought to life to do some sort of automative task. They're tasked to do something so that other people don't have to do it. Golem kinda looks like a lizard encased in hardened lava. Ah. I mean, like a long time after the lava has been cooled off, I can understand that. Another theory is that since they're both Gen 1 trade evils, Machoke and Graveler swapped some DNA when traded. Huh. Wow. That is actually an interesting theory. I do like that. That would make sense as to why Machamp gets an extra set of arms and Golem becomes part reptile thingy. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, it's not just Golem's head. Golem also has, like, reptilian arms and legs. And they lost, like, their second set of arms. And like, just all their limbs become reptilian, sticking out of this ball of rock. I will say though, was that theory the reason why there's a specific set of trade evolutions in Pokemon Black and White that you have to trade the two together in order to get their evolution? Because there's like a little Shelmet Pokemon, and then there's this little like bug-looking Pokemon, and if you and a buddy trade one and the other with each other, they evolve from that. And it has to be those two specific Pokemon that get traded. It can't be both of one kind. It has to be one is the bug thing and the other is the Shelmet thing. It's why Golem can gain some lizard-like details, plus loses a pair of arms and Machamp gains 2 more arms, plus has a flatter face. I never considered the fact that Machamp has a flatter face. Might not be because of the theory, but they probably revisited the concept. Yeah. Shelmet and Karrablast. Yeah. Yeah, those Pokemon. It would be cool if that was why they made that evolution happen like that. But at the same time, you know, I guess it's still a unique concept to go revisit. However, because of the fact that I don't play Pokemon with friends, I also don't like trade evolutions. So naturally, I don't like it. Sickle is now level 41. 103, 61, 42, 75, 108. Agility. I don't think I have any room for that. Agility. I should have searched Pokemon. Thanks, Wikipedia. I meant Bulbapedia. Agility increases user speed by 2 stages. Okay, so basically does nothing for me. Sickle did not learn agility. Good. Stay slow forever. I'm kidding. This is why Infinite Fusion is a core item and Trade Evils are just level 45. Nice. Yeah, I wish that I wish Game Freak and that Pokemon company or whatever the fuck else is involved aside from Nintendo. I wish they would make it so that you can at least get all the Pokemon in a gen without having to, like, trade with somebody. That is, if you could get all of the Pokemon up to that gen at that point. Because, if I remember correctly, wasn't it in some of the later Pokemon gens that they stopped putting in, like, some of the other Pokemon from other gens? I think they kept all 151 original Pokemon, because, duh, people have a soft spot for that kind of stuff, but, you know. They fixed it in Legends Arceus, but that's one game. Ah! No. Oh. Okay. Alright. Okay, 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 alright. Alright. Okay, alright. Okay. I'll explain it. Give me a bit, and I'll explain it. Stop confusing my dual strength, please. God damn it. Stop hurting yourself. You murder this Pokemon. Thank you. Okay. Unilotto is now level 42. 96, 94, 70, 70, 46. News. Okay. I don't care if you still have uses on Surf. We're going back to heal, for one. We are going to save. We have saved. We are save stating as well. And now, I will tell you what happened. So, I had accidentally pressed down on the right control stick on my controller. I apparently, if I was reading it correctly, it might also be a hotkey. Here, let me check. I think it was, I was reading it correctly, I think. So, what had happened is that I apparently have the power button mapped to pressing down on the right control stick for Game Boy. Or, yeah, Game Boy / Game Boy Color. So, I had pressed that, and my heart fucking dropped. And I held down my rewind button as hard as I could, and thank fuck that did work, but holy shit, I'm so sorry. Yeah, trust me, you guys weren't the only ones that freaked the fuck out when you saw that. I was like, no, this can't be happening. I have to do all that again. Alright, so I am truly sorry about that. Okay. It started in Gen 8, the Dexit, where they just didn't include some Pokemon. Not every original 151 Pokemon is available in Pokemon Scarlet Violet. That's shocking to me. It's just a seemingly random set of Pokemon that don't appear in the next game. Yeah. I'm not sure if I've accidentally done a reset. I believe I know why I have that set like that. I think that was when I was... No, I don't think that would have worked anyways. That might have been when I was trying to get a shiny Eevee from Bill. As much as I hate to say it, it does feel like we're reaching a point where we have too many Pokemon. It sucks to say it, but I mean, I kind of feel like the reason why they're dropping off some of the Pokemon from being included in later games is because there's just so many Pokemon at this point. When it was like... When it was like before 750... Actually, hold on. Before I go making any assumptions. You said... Started in Gen 8. So... How many Pokemon existed in... at the time Gen 7? Was released. Yeah, that is I forgot. Having known of Final Fantasy VII, I should have realized VII was number 7. I thought that was like number 8. Alright. So the number that I got searching that up was 807 Pokemon. So yeah, that's like past 750. Even 500 is a lot, but that was also a bit manageable, even at that point. But I feel like, at some point, all of the Pokemon that they have created, that they have designed, caught up to them, and they're like, we cannot continue doing this, otherwise it's gonna be too big, because we have to add in so many Pokemon. So they stopped. That's what makes sense in my brain as to what happened there. Some of the Pokemon not available include the Caterpie, Weedle, Pidgey, Rattata, Spearow, Nidoran, Paras, Abra, and Machopline. Interesting. But yeah, like, yeah, it does. It really does feel like at this point we've got such a huge amount of Pokemon that I want you guys to tell me any other piece of media that has over 1,000 characters that you engage with a lot. Because, like, the main appeal of Pokemon is that you're fighting Pokemon, you're collecting Pokemon, you're raising Pokemon, you're appreciating Pokemon and stuff like that. So, at some point, one or another, you are going to interact with a bunch of Pokemon. So, just Pokemon-wise, for characters, and I'm not gonna count repeats, but, you know, you are going to fight a lot of the same Pokemon. Tell me how many sources of media out there have over 1,000 different unique characters. Digimon is up. You know what? That is a good point. But that is also because Digimon is sorta in line with Pokemon in terms of that kind of stuff. So, you know, since Pokemon has so many, like, Pokemon to deal with, that's so many. I feel like at some point, and I guess that's probably why they stopped putting in some of those Pokemon, but at some point a casual player is not going to even encounter some of the older Pokemons from older gens. It's like, it's a lot. I like that ever since Gen 5, they've started exploring more cultures and making Pokemon in those cultures, because Gen 5 was New York, America, with a random ass desert in the middle. Gen 6 was France, if I recall correctly. Gen 7 was Hawaii. Gen 8 was Britain, and Gen 9 is Spain. So, like, they're going to, like, more areas with different cultures than, like, the first 4 gens had. The first 4 gens were, like, mostly connected to each other. Even technically Hoenn, with its too much water. But those are all in kind of like the central area, those 4 regions. I can respect them making Pokemon in different, like, regions based off of different cultures and stuff, but there are like 1,000 Pokemon at this point. I'd be okay at this point if no new Pokemon get made. It will be sad that I won't be able to see, like, all the cool new designs that one can come up with, but I can live with that. But also, yeah, you're right, Gaster. If they were gonna try and fix an issue like this, if they were going to try it in the first place, they'd also have to contend with dealing with that kind of a fan base where that definitely would cause a lot of commotion. Then again, not including some of those Pokemon have already probably caused a lot of that commotion already. There's a solution on the way with Pokemon Champions. That'll probably have every Pokemon in it eventually. I kind of forgot about Pokemon Champions. What is Pokemon Champions like as a Pokemon game? Because I don't actually remember much about that game. I did see that it does include a lot of like the trainers you could play as in like each gen. Like Hilbert and Hilda are there. Rosa, May, Brendan, Red and Blue are there. Stuff like that. A battling simulator, it seems. It's not out? What? You know what will happen in it? Oh, okay. I thought it was already out. I know I've at least seen some stuff about it. Like actual... I've seen like those text cutscenes, I feel like. Or maybe am I making that up? I've seen their talk sprites. I'm thinking of Pokemon Masters. You might be right. Pokemon Masters. Yeah, I was thinking Pokemon Masters. Apparently it's called Pokemon Masters X. It's a gacha game, which is probably why it has all the Pokemon trainers in it. Pokemon Champions. Pokemon Champions is an upcoming strategy video game developed by the Pokemon Works and published by Nintendo and the Pokemon Company for the Nintendo Switch, Android, and iOS. No set release date. It is a spin-off of the Pokemon video game series focused on multiplayer gameplay. It was announced on February 27th, 2025. Oh, so this was recently announced during a Pokemon Presents livestream alongside the gameplay reveal of Pokemon Legends Z through A. I have heard of ZA, but this is the first time I've heard Pokemon Champions. This is the first game from the Pokemon Works, a joint venture between the Pokemon Company and ILCA. As a turn-based strategy game, it is expected to be similar in gameplay to the Pokemon Stadium series of video games and will feature compatibility with Pokemon Home and Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, as well as cross-platform play between mobile platforms and Nintendo Switch. Interesting. Yeah, and I thought that's what we were talking about was Pokemon Masters, Gaster. But... and the reason why I thought that was what we were talking about was because I didn't fully remember the name of Pokemon Masters, and I didn't know that Pokemon Champions was released, or like, announced this year, last month. Late last month, too, wasn't it? It was like... That's like about a week ago-ish. February 27th? Yeah. So no wonder why I got confused there. That will be an interesting idea, though. I think they could pull something like that off if they make, like... You know how they've only been making, like, the 2 dual games? Ever since, like, Gen 6, instead of making 2 dual games and then a 3rd enhanced game. If they just made, like, the official enhanced game that continuously gets updated for each generation that comes out, so that you can at least have a place where you can have all of your Pokemons from all of the different gens in and stuff like that. That I could see working out, especially in regards to the update thing, because you'd only need to make like the base thing, and then for each gen that comes out afterwards, you update it to include the Pokemon from that gen, you know? I think that could work, maybe. Although I guess that could probably run into a problem with how much space that will take up eventually once there's more and more Pokemon. I don't know. That does sound like a cool idea though. And that is a more plausible idea I could see them pulling off. What I'm worried about is that once Champions is out, the Pokemon Company will send DMCAs to Pokemon Showdown. Ah, that would explain the memes that I saw being sent in the meme channel on the Discord. Yeah, that could be a problem. I can understand that. Dual Strike is now level 40. 62, 93, 110, 70, 73. It does seem interesting. Because, like... I mean, stuff like that hasn't stopped Nintendo before. Because, like... if I recall correctly, when Super Mario Maker first came out, it gave them an excuse to DMCA a lot of, like, Mario fan games that let you make custom levels or something like that, I think. But at the same time, I also do understand it does feel like they would have already DMCA'd Smogon Showdown. And, like, there's still a lot of stuff that Nintendo hasn't touched. It does kind of feel like they strike out at random. So, if anything, that's the thing I would fear the most, is what random attack will happen next. Because, like, one of the people that I watch on YouTube, Simple Flips, made a whole website dedicated for making Super Mario 64 ROM hacks. Or maybe just ROM hacks in general. I think it is just romhacks.com or something. But, like, there's so many Super Mario 64 ROM hacks on that site, probably at this point. And they could just take a whole site down. But I don't think they even know. They either don't know about the website, or they do not care. So, or maybe they see it as, like, helpful. Though I doubt that. Smogon I would see more as being I could see Smogon as being more helpful than a website dedicated for a lot of ROM hacks, predominantly Super Mario 64 ROM hacks. But still, it is very unlikely that they would think about it like that. Thing is, Showdown provides a vital resource that the Pokemon Company doesn't provide right now, plus most competitive champions use it to train. Yeah, Showdown, at its core, is like a competitive thing. All the Pokemon in it are at their max level. All you need to do is just have whatever set of, like, whatever specialty their, like, stats should be in, their abilities, their items, their moves, stuff like that. So, like, it is a different experience than regular Pokemon, despite having the same battle mechanic. because Smogon Pokemon Showdown is purely for like competitive people making the best teams in competitive history. Also, we're ignoring the fact that even if Smogon does potentially get shut down, that doesn't necessarily mean that that's the end of that kind of concept entirely. That would just be the end of Smogon's chapter and being the competitive Pokemon thing. There's bound to be another like Pokemon fan project thing that's also competitive related that will probably rise up if Smogon goes under. You know? I also believe every Pokemon I have now is at least level 40 and above. Yep. We're getting there. 3, 4, 5. There's stuff before Showdown, there would be stuff after it too. Yeah. Hell, as a personal, as a person who loves Yarhar-haring on the 7 Seas, in order to get all the games that I have, it's not like stopping one of those websites will stop it for good. There's other websites that pop up that do the same thing. It's just a matter of when the next one gets taken down and when the next one will go up. It does, having it described like that, it does make it sound like a perpetual cycle. Hell, if you think about it, American history, those lackadaisies, you know, those speakeasies, when the United States banned like alcohol and shit, guess what the people did? They made underground bars. Not necessarily the literal kind of underground, but could be. But they made like underground bars so that they can have alcohol, so that they could drink beer. Just because you ban something doesn't mean that it stops the thing from happening. You know? Smuggle, yeah. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if there's an underground bar that was actually literally underground, but when I say underground, I'm meaning a particular definition. I can't remember what exactly it is. Underground slang. Alright. Would this have it? Oh, you know what? That would make sense. But I still don't know if that's what I'm actually trying to mean here. I'm seeing a term that defines underground as basically the opposite of mainstream. Yeah, sorry. Sometimes when I don't see you guys go, I know, it's usually because the window that I have that I search stuff up on, if I'm not searching up on my phone, is on the same monitor as the one that I have OBS on. Which is why occasionally I come back to seeing you guys going, yes, I know this. I know this. Yes, I do know this. So I'm sorry about that. Digimon is something that I've wanted to get into. This information is known, yeah. Like, I do want to be a fan of Digimon, because I think some ideas of it are cool. But Digimon, at some points, feels a bit more disconnected to me than Pokemon does. I'm gonna try Digimon one of these days. I wish you luck. But yeah, I can't explain why I feel that way about Digimon. It's just like, it feels a bit less cohesive about the way things happen. Which I guess is the similar feeling that I get with like the special gimmicks that each gen after Gen 6 has. Technically after Gen 5, because it did start with Gen 6. Like the Mega Evolutions. Yeah. I just like the idea of turning these little tiny baby creatures into ass-whooping monstrosities. It's so much to ask just to have something like that and not have it be like temporary. Gen 5's gimmick was hidden abilities and the gems. Oh. Sickle's now level 42. 106, 63, 44, 77, 111. The only gem that survived after Gen 5 was the normal gem, and it was nerfed too. What did the gems do again? Chaos control. One-time use boost items. Okay. Interesting. 50% damage to any attack of the same type as the gym. Single use. Oops, this is a bat. God damn it. Oh, thank God I murdered it in one surf. Alright, that's good. Digivices? Yeah, they had to do like a specific thing in Digimon to evolve their Digimon. But I didn't really have much of a problem with that. Don't remember exactly what it was. It was like some of the later like Digi-evolutions that I could recall just felt like a bit much to me. Oops. I'm surprised I still have not gotten a shiny encounter. It'll probably be on the last Pokemon that I'm gonna try and get experience out of. Or it'll be the impossible where it's a Pokemon of one of the people I'm fighting. Unilotto is now level 43, 98, 97, 72, 72, 47. It's a bat. I got a crit hit one time. Fuck. God damn it. Unilotto. Good. If you use Thunderbolt while holding an electric gem, it hits for 135 base damage, 90 plus 50%. Interesting. Acrobatics flying gem. You never understood the enjoyment of one-time use items in RPGs? Potions. I think I do understand what you're talking about, though. I think you're talking more about like the more rare ones, like the one-of-a-kind ones, but still, like the way you describe it there, that's just generally any item that isn't a weapon or armor, like in an RPG. And in regards to stuff like that, where it's one-time use, but you can buy multiple at a time and stuff like that, that's just resource management. Flying Gym, Acrobatics, Archeops. Oof. That sounds painful. I like that Gen 6 brought Braixen. It's my favorite Pokemon of Gen 6. Stop murdering my Unilotto. There we go. Flying Gem Acrobatics hit for an insane 165 base damage plus another 50 if it was stabbed. Oh my god. Wow. That is terrifying. I just remembered something. I haven't done any research on it, but I had just remembered that Because I thought of like, wow, what if I modded that into Gen 5 just to see what it was like battling something that did that. And then I was like, oh shit, I forgot one idea that I had was that for each gen after the first one, I was gonna bring the Pokemon that I used in the previous gen and put it on like a trainer so that I can have my own unique trainer battle against my Pokemon using my new Pokemon. I need to figure out how to do that again without having to edit an already existing trainer's stuff. I'm neutral on Gen 6 since I haven't finished it yet. Well, you see, no, I'm not gonna make that joke. That's... You see, it's a mixed attacker because its mama was goo and its papa was a dragon. So really, like, you can't really say it had any control in the matter. I must say, from what I know so far of the fairy type, I do think that there needs to be some nerfing to fairy types. Like have specific things be able to, well, have a few more weaknesses, I should say, and not have literally all the bullshit that it can deal with. Even bigger cancer than Dragon ever was? Well, let me... Just looking back at this type chart for what types are effective against what types. I still have the Gen 1. Yep, I still have the Gen 1 as well. So, Gen 1, Dragon was resistant against fire, water, electric, grass, and was 2 times weak to ice and dragon. It was weak to ice and dragon. Dragon itself is really only super effective on dragon. In Gen 2 here, Dragon is resistant to, yet again, fire, water, grass, and electric, and is still weak to ice and dragon. And the only thing Dragon is effective against is dragon, but also dragon isn't that effective against steel. So I could see the main annoyance of dealing with the dragon type being that it is resistant to essentially the main 4 element types: fire, water, grass, electric. Like, that doesn't feel too bad. Then again, I'm not a Pokemon expert, so, you know. I feel like it could be a lot worse. Imagine if Steel was, like, the type you had to fear, because Steel has, like... Steel has many resistances. It's resistant to normal, to grass, to ice. It no-sells poison. It is also resistant to... I'm gonna move it in a better position so that I can speak into the microphone. It is also resistant to flying, psychic, bug, rock, ghost, dragon, dark, and steel. It is resistant against itself. And the only... Steel is only effective against ice and rock. It is not that effective against electric, water, or fire. But, you know, it's like... Steel's got way more resistances. Imagine dealing with Steel, and Steel was like the ultra type that you had to watch out for. Dragmag teams were menaces? Now Ghost is too strong? Yeah, that's funny. But, I mean, like, Dragon could be worse. I feel, from what I know of it so far. And honestly, it would make sense for... Oh, Sicko's level 43. 109, 65, 44, 79, 114. To me, it makes sense that Dragon is the type to fear. Because when you think dragon, you think of those like big ass, like fire breathing dragons that are just going to outright kill you, your family, your extended family, and everyone you loved dearly, even if you never stated your love to them. They're dragons. They inspire fear into the hearts of those that see them. It makes sense to me that that's kind of why I feel like, you know, the champion in the Elite Four uses dragons. It makes sense, because that does feel like the big test, and then in Gen 1, you then fought your rival at the end after that, but still. Two levels to go for Unilotl and Sickle. Wow, they are actually keeping pace with each other. Interesting. I feel like it does make sense for Fairy to be effective against Dragon. But I do know that Fairy is more effective against a lot of other things that it probably shouldn't be. Is there like two types out there that are both effective against each other? Because if not, I do feel like it would make sense for Fairy and Dark to both be effective against each other. Because Fairy is technically considered good, and then Dark, as someone mentioned in an earlier stream of this game, it was named evil in like the original Japanese. So Dark is essentially evil. So, and since to me, at least, Light and Dark is about more of a balance instead of the good always winning, the light side always winning. To me, it makes sense if you were to have like Fairy be effective against Dark, but then have like Fairy attacks are effective against Dark types, but then have Dark attacks be effective against Fairy types. You know? Like, that would make sense to me, because then at that point, if you have a Fairy type dealing with a Dark type, or a Dark type dealing with a Fairy type, they have both essentially made themselves glass cannons. It's just about who hits first, and who's able to survive the hit. Dark is only super effective against two things anyways. Psychic and Ghost. You're right, yeah. Ice should resist Fairy. They could have just made Ice resist Dragon as well, instead of creating broken Fairy type. That does make sense, but yeah. All we have is types that are weak to itself, yeah. But that would be an actual decent idea, is to make Fairy and Dark like super effective against each other, because at that point you're playing like a risky game, and it would really depend on, maybe it would depend a bit more on your stats or the secondary typing, instead of just like, oh, there's a Fairy type, I guess all the typings that I had on my Pokemon are not gonna matter, because it's just gonna murder them all. Like, that would also create more strategy to this game, to the series, because that's essentially the core of Pokemon. If we disregard the whole, like, raising up a team from, like, their earliest point to their most powerful point, which is what I like about Pokemon the most, if you strip that part away, Pokemon is a strategy game. You are using strategy to deal with all the various different enemies you encounter. Yeah, it does kind of feel like that. It does, from what I know of it, Fairy type does feel like the de facto easy mode. Because I know people have talked about the different starters in each gen effectively acting as your difficulty option. Like in Gen 1, unless you played like Pokemon Yellow, in Gen 1, you had like Squirtle, you had Bulbasaur, then Squirtle, then Charmander. If you picked Charmander, you essentially picked the hardest difficulty. Especially early game. I guess late game Charizard is a beast, but in early game you've essentially chosen the hardest difficulty because the first gym is a rock type gym. I think Bulbasaur is like medium difficulty, and then Squirtle's the easy difficulty because water is super fucking powerful against rock and it is effective against both rock and ground, so therefore water does 4 times damage to the rock Pokemon in the rock gym in Gen 1, because I believe all of the rock Pokemon in Gen 1 are dual ground types. So That that's like the difficulty option, but it does feel like Fairy type is just like, if you catch this Pokemon, you're gonna just win the game. The closest I can think of is actually the opposite. Bug and Fighting resist each other. They're only types with that interaction. Really? Bug and Fighting resist each other. Bug resists Fighting. Fighting resists Bug. Oh shit. Would you look at that? I would have expected Fighting to be effective against Bug, considering if you see a Bug in real life, you're like, huh, and just smack it. Ghost and Normal are both immune to each other, but that does make sense to me at that point, because, you know, Ghost can't interact with Normal, Normal can't interact with Ghost. It's really the other unique stuff. But then again, that also doesn't explain how Fighting can affect Ghost. No, actually, Fighting also doesn't affect Ghost. But Ghost can hit Fighting, which is strange. Oh, it's Bulbasaur that's easy mode. I thought it was Squirtle, because, you know, water. All you have to worry about with Bulbasaur is Blaine. Ah. Because Fire type, yeah. Grass has that same reaction with Rock and Ground, plus it hits water for super effective. That is a good point. So, you're set for the first 2 gyms. If you try to karate chop a fly, it'll fly out of the way. I wasn't just thinking of flies, I was thinking of like any other bug. You see a bug and you immediately grab like a shoe and smash them. But there's still 1,000 more bugs. Fair enough, you know? You know what? I hadn't considered that. Plus grass resists electric and grass for the next 2 gyms. Ah, you know what? Yeah. I wasn't thinking long term. Yeah. No matter what you do, there will always be more bugs. Also, the bug is person size. Usually physical attacks will not do much damage. Those are some excellent points you're making there, Carnage. I hate to say it, but apparently bugs will win. Oops. It appears I've run out of PP for this move. Alright. The only other danger is Sabrina was psychic. Ah. I mean, if you look at the idea of Pokemon as it was just coming out, it was definitely the weirdest game, well, one of the weirdest games that could have been made at the time. Instead of having like a designated set of like RPG party members that you encounter at set points throughout the story with maybe some optional ones, you instead essentially make your own team and you go out and defeat all the other members on different teams that could eventually be on your team. It was a unique concept at the time, and because it was the only one of its kind, they just fucked around a lot with all their design choices. Yeah. So like it was definitely like very unique at the time. So, and as they made more games, they started refining a bit more of their stuff, which is why we've got some of the good additions that we've gotten, like the special split, or like, you know, the special stat split, where there's not just a singular special stat and it's instead split into special attack and special defense. Then like the physical special split, where moves now not only have a typing but also have like a form, which is either physical, special, or status. Abilities, most important, even more than the physical special split. Yes, I did mean that, and then I also did mean like the physical special split. But yeah, abilities are also pretty good. They kept adding more improvements as they learned how to streamline the game to be a better experience instead of just you know, a strange mess that didn't make much sense if you thought about like the ideas of some of the stuff, because, you know, yeah, it doesn't make sense for a whole typing to just be like physical or special, because some of the like move names does imply some of the opposite of what that typing does. It fucked Executor so hard, its special defense lowered by 65. Jesus Christ. Man, okay. Uniwaddle is now 43. Dual Strike is now level 40. Sickle is now level 43 as well. So 2, 5, 2. Alright. We went from like 32 levels that we needed to get through this stream to like 9 more levels. We've got 9 more levels we need to get, and then we'll be able to take on the lead. So this has been a pretty good stream in terms of progress. That's a lot of levels to get done. Almastar got hit hard too. Ooh. Oh my god. Oh my god. Joey, you piece of shit. No. Yeah, I hope I get to lead for next stream as well. It seems more plausible that will be next stream now though, because of the way we're at now. Yeah, I'm getting tired too. That's why I'm saying all this stuff, because it's about time to end stream. Alright. Well, thank you guys for joining me. Sorry it took 4 hours, but you know, this was fun. made a lot of good progress, despite being in the same cave for like the majority of the stream. You guys sleep well. Good night.